Good evening. Welcome to the April 11th, 2023 Tehachapi Unified School District's Board of Governors meeting. It's 5:02. Mrs. Amaker, roll call.
President Kaminsky,
Here.
Vice President Kelly, Clerk Wood. Here. Trustee Cooper. Here. Trustee DeSorensen. Trustee Napier.
Here.
Trustee Sweeney is absent. Superintendent Larson Everson.
Present.
And I'm Idalia Amaker.
Tonight's Pledge of Allegiance, flag salute, and moment of silent reflection will be led by Ms. Hortensia Tapia, our Food Services Manager. Everyone please stand.
Good evening. Please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing and join me for a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. You may be seated.
Okay, item 2, approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
It was motioned by Clerk Wood, seconded by, excuse me, Trustee Cooper, that the board approve the agenda as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. Item 3, general function, superintendent update. Superintendent Larson Everson.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Hope everyone's doing well, had a restful spring break. We're going to start off with our traditional hoorays and sharing good things. And first up this evening to share is Dr. Porter from Tehachapi Independent Learning Academy.
Good evening. We have two TILA hoorays. On the, let's see, that's your right there, we have a 3D printer that was donated by the Kelly family. And the students have made a little boat and they have it programmed to make something during our open house, which is next Tuesday. And then our other hooray is our growth. If you look up there on the left, from August to March, if you look at the picture, it shows the size of the TILA classes there. So we've done a lot of growing, slow, steady growing. So those are our TILA hoorays. Thank you.
Hooray! I think we might have to practice the hoorays a little bit tonight. I know. We're going to move on to the next slide, and I'll invite Principal Christy Levitique, Principal of Tehachapi High School and Monroe High School, to share her hooray.
Good evening. Before spring break, we invited our 8th graders to come over and do our Warrior Welcome. It was really nice to be able to do this again, and the students had a great time. Our THS students, Warrior Crew, said that they had the best time with these 8th graders. The staff was wonderful, so we really enjoyed ourselves, and we're looking forward to having these students next year.
Hooray! Thank you, Mrs. Levitique. And next up, we have Principal from Golden Hills Elementary, Kendra Bailey.
All right, good evening. I'm bringing my rock star learning director, Jennifer Carr, up here for this hooray. So we had a huge hooray on the evening of March 15th. Wasn't so long ago, but a couple weeks before spring break, we hosted our first ever family math night. And whenever we do parent nights, we don't tend to get very many parents. That's the truth. But this event was totally different. We had well over 200 families in attendance, and they were given as much pizza as they wanted, along with salad and cookies. But they also, the students and their families engaged in applying mathematics to play games and solve tasks. Discussion around math and strategies, finding and applying patterns and structures within math. We had all games for all different grade levels spread out on the tables, like on the walls, and we had so many compliments from parents, and students had fun. Some students said, I don't even like math, but this was so much fun, so that was awesome. And students and their families just had a lot of joy, laughter, and a ton of learning. And I just want to compliment Jennifer Carr because she's kind of the brains behind the operation and really helped us have fun games that also really, got parents and students thinking and engaged. And so it was just a great, great night. So, hooray!
Hooray! Thank you both. All right, we have a district hooray coming up that I want to share. We've so far drilled with LifeSpot, which I know that the board is aware of, and hopefully many of our community members and parents as well. So we have drilled 4 out of 6 of our school sites. We would have done all 6, but we had a little inclement weather in between that slowed us down for TILA and for JMS that we're working on a reschedule. But we've absolutely had fantastic support from Tehachapi Police Department, including Sergeant Rupert, our school resource officer Aaron Price, and Officer Packabush, and the whole Tehachapi Police Department team has truly been wonderful. I also want to thank our teachers, staff, and administrators for their dedication, their tact, professionalism, and compassion in carrying out drills. Although the drills are a practice, everybody took the drills very seriously. It's a very serious topic, and many of our staff and students fortified their locations. I think I put a picture up there of, you can see furniture being moved in front of doorways, and that's all part of, thinking this through and really being prepared. It was a really great opportunity, not only for our students to practice and prepare, but for us to actually empower our students with knowledge and the actions that they themselves can take to help keep themselves and their classmates safe. It was truly a joy. In particular, at one school site, I was walking with Principal Bailey at Golden Hills, and while the drill was in process, we were going around and checking doors, and normally the person trying to get in the classroom wouldn't have a key. We had a key, and there were several doors that we still couldn't open because such a great job was done with fortifying classrooms. So it was personally very rewarding to congratulate the students and tell them what an outstanding job they did by taking action and making their classrooms safer. And I really think these drills have strengthened our rapport with our emergency services, with Tehachapi Police Department, and among our staff, and really got us thinking, being safety-minded and knowing what to do if the situation would ever arise. And it's also been a great opportunity to share some positives with students and build a rapport between students and our police department in a positive way. So just want to say thank you again to our staff, families, and administrators for all their work going into the LifeSpot drills. So hooray. Hooray. And just to keep the focus on capturing kids' hearts, I wanted to talk a few minutes just about perseverance. This is another very important trait in capturing kids' hearts. Perseverance is really about giving extra effort, right, to make it through the end of a difficult task or a long journey or what might be perceived as overcoming barriers or working through things. And we really want to focus on this because perseverance encourages positive self-talk and thinking, and students also gain a better understanding of who they are and can develop empathy and compassion for others. As a district team, together with families, we really want to challenge students to work hard and stay determined. There's lots of aspects of life and being in school and academics and athletics that take a lot of determination and, quite frankly, perseverance. And we want to work together to encourage that for our students. We also want to work together to acknowledge students' achievements of goals, whether those are big or small. And by developing perseverance, we help students prepare to learn to accept and overcome future failures so that we can enjoy those future successes. So one of the things that is connected to perseverance in my mind is strongly tied with mindset and having a positive mindset. And there's a little word we can add to something that can change how we think about things. And an example would be to insert the word yet. So when we think of something like, for myself, I always think I can't do math. That instead of saying I can't do math, I might be able to say I can't do math yet, or I can't do, you fill in the blank of whatever the task is, I can't do it. We want to help students have that hope, that belief that they can gain skills of I can't jump rope yet, or I can't do multiplication yet. But just by taking that little word, we're starting to build some perseverance and self-belief that we can achieve the goals that we want to. So a little bit about perseverance, and now on to current enrollment. Current enrollment data listed up there for you is for week 34, which ended on March 31st. You can see the numbers in the left column are for 21-22 last school year. Numbers on the right are for this current school year. And you can see our grand total, we're up in comparison, comparing this time of year, specifically this year to last year, 83 students. And go ahead and go on to student attendance. And looking at attendance for the week of March 13th through the 17th, you can see those numbers across on the top row. And nice to see the 90s there for the most part. And then our year-to-date is the line on the bottom in green. And so our year-to-date overall total is 91.48% of positive attendance. And that's compared with last year, we were down at 86.60. So it's nice to see the trend continuing to build following the pandemic and that students are coming to school on a more regular basis. Okay, let's move on to sports. This is a current sports update for Tehachapi Spring Sports at Tehachapi High School. And as you know, our teams have been doing well over the past several months. Our varsity baseball, softball, varsity swimming, golf, JV baseball, JV softball, JV track and field, and for our soft baseball are all in contention for South Yosemite Mountain League titles. Our school's success in athletics is a testament to the talent, perseverance, and determination of our student athletes, both in their sports and in the classroom, administrative staff, coaches, volunteer coaches, and parents as well. We're very excited at the prospect of potentially announcing that THS Sports may amass the most league championships ever earned for one school year by perhaps the next board meeting. And I would expect a lot of hoorays for that. But we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. There's still plenty of league competition to be played by our Warriors. So for now, we're just going to say, instead of hooray, we're going to say, let's go Warriors. Finally, I also want to once again thank Mr. and Mrs. Shea for their generous contribution of time and the photographs that helped me share with you the accomplishments and action that's happening on our sports fields. And we really appreciate how they contribute to the success of our students and highlighting our students' accomplishments. Next is just a little video clip. I want to thank Clerk Wood for sharing the video clip with me. This is from our spring concert at Tehachapi High School, and you'll see that our students performed under the direction of music director Mr. Surratt. So, Mr. McKay. Thank you again, Trustee Wood, Clerk Wood, for sharing the video. And I know there were a lot of other musical delights that were shared at the concert that evening. Go ahead and go to the next slide. Sorry, Mr. McKay, no. I'll let you catch up. Going to talk for a minute just about spring break and a few facility items. We had, over that week of spring break, a few little items that were worked on. First thing was fencing over at Coy Burnett Stadium, up behind the concrete bleachers. There was a fence and privacy slats that were installed. It looks really nice, very noticeable from the street. Looking great. So that was completed over the spring break, as well as painting the dugouts of our varsity baseball field. You can see there still had the plastic sheeting and tenting going on. And then we also completed the window tinting on the street facing windows for JMS, THS, and there was a few little windows over at Tila that got completed as well. So just wanted to share that while students were away. Our maintenance and operations team was still hard at work getting things done to keep us moving forward. Then we'll go ahead to the next slide. There's a little update on here. I didn't think our hard copies of school news, which you see at the back of the room and here up at the dais, would be arriving until the 14th, but surprise and hooray, they arrived early. The edition is also up on our website, and we always look forward to creating each edition and having the opportunity to share updates, information, and celebrations with our families and with the community. So I encourage you to open it up and take a look at all the different things, good things that are happening here in TUSD. And now I'd like to welcome our Director of Special Education, Dr. Solomon DeFrancis, and he's going to share some information with you about the bulletin boards.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent Lawson Everson. So, as you can see, the Special Education Department got to decorate the bulletin board. I want to give out a special shout out to Terry and Yanira in Instructional Services, and also to Mr. Williams. He came up with the Earth Day life cycle, tree life cycle slideshow kind of thing that you will see, but the decorating, I can't take the credit. Instructional Services really helped me out. So that's what you see on the boards. Do you have it or not? PowerPoint?
Mr. McKay, just access it from the agenda in the PDF format.
So if you see the font, it was actually, I was trying to find Twigs as close as possible. That font is actually called Twig, but it kind of just looks like strokes. So close enough. A couple things. So Special Education Department, our mission is to design an educational system that meets all of our students' unique needs. In the SPED department, we currently have 615 students, and that number is growing right now. It's pretty typical at the end of the year, moving around with students, and then also our preschoolers, they start to age in. So that is one of the contributors to our growth. The eligibility under our current unique needs are specific learning disability, speech, autism, other health impairment, emotional disturbance, intellectual disability, orthopedic impairment, multiple disabilities, hard of hearing, visual impairment, deaf and hard of hearing, deaf and blindness, and then traumatic brain injury. Go to the next one. So working with the life cycle of a tree, our seeds is our preschool. So as we water our seeds, as you can see, we demonstrate the development of our students in Tehachapi Unified School District Special Education Program. We're really watering our seeds with Mr. Russell and Mrs. Vidal in the preschool classes. It starts there, and then we spreaded them over 2 sites this school year. Previously it was only over 1 site. And so that with that expansion, we've also adopted some more preschoolers. And that's due to the growth of our program and the good things that we are doing, especially Ms. Vidal and Mr. Russell. So I can't take my hat off to them enough. In the preschool setting, Ms. Vidal and Mr. Russell teach foundational skills, social interaction, and then also social emotional success. The next one. So as we move into our next stage, which would be the Sprouts, which is our kindergartners to our second graders. Our Sprout teachers consist of Ms. Cameron and Ms. Duff at Golden Hills. and Miss Mariquin at Tompkins, and Mr. Robinson at Cummings Valley. In the kindergarten to the second grade level, we focus on friendships, social emotional success, and we utilize curriculum like News to You, Wonders, and also Go Math. So moving into the saplings stage, which is our 3rd to 5th graders. Our sapling teachers consist of Ms. Darwish, Ms. Kent, Ms. Kokel, all at Golden Hills, Ms. Pryor and Ms. Green at Tompkins, and then Mrs. Neufeld over at Cummings Valley. In the 3rd through 5th grade level, we focus on self-esteem, social emotional success, and the curriculum that we utilize is going to be SIPS, Read Naturally, Live, iReady, Fast Forward, and also Twig. So the next stage is our Young Trees, which is our 6th through 12th graders. Our Young Tree teachers consist of Mr. Sendro, Ms. Flores, Ms. Armstrong, Mr. Mitchell, Ms. Mahaffey, Mr. Charkins, Ms. Lopez, and Ms. Kelly, all at Jacobson Middle School, Ms. Tejas, Ms. Severson, Ms. Romo, Mr. Wecker, Ms. Brown, Ms. Jasso, which is new to our team, Ms. Koof, who she's also new to our team, Mr. Mejias, and Mr. Costa, all at Tehachapi High School. So in the 6th through 12th grade level, we focus on responsibility, critical thinking, and also social emotional success, with our curriculum being from Prentice Hall, McGraw-Hill, Reflex, STEM Scope, and also Study Skills. Or I'm sorry, Study Sync. And now our final stage, the Mature Tree or Oak, which is our Transition to Adult Living and Lifestyle, or TALL for short, program. Our Mature Tree teacher is Mr. Fenton at Tehachapi High School. And in the TALL program, we focus on vocational skills and independence through real-world experiences and the workability opportunities. And I'd like to highlight where Mr. Fenton's sitting, that gentleman. They're actually at a weightlifting competition, and he's semi-famous. He's actually on ESPN. He was in the top 10 because he lifted so much weight. I'm not going to go into numbers that I used to throw up, but he's definitely a strong gentleman. So our services that we provide for our kiddos. We have full staff psychologists, speech language pathologists. Our speech department is very strong this year. Occupational therapy that we utilize through the county. Physical therapy, we actually have our own physical therapist, so that is something that is new to our team. And assistive technology, we have got some training there so that the program specialist is able to do AT assessments in-house rather than outsourcing those things. And then also the deaf and hard of hearing, which we do outsource from the county. And all these services are available at all of our sites. So thank you for letting us share a little information about the Tehachapi Unified School District SPED Department. And yes, I was a Mario brother.
Thank you, Dr. Francis. We'll come back to the presentation and wrap up my update for this evening. Just wanted to remind everybody that the last Sippin' with the Soup for this school year will be held on April 25th from 7:30 to 10 at Conan's Bakery, and I invite everybody is welcome to come and join in the conversation. Next up, just a few upcoming dates and reminders. You'll see there's a lot happening this month of April, everything from lip sync to prom already there for May 6th. A couple of things stand out that I want to share and put an emphasis on for the board, that Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, April 17th through the 19th, we'll have our first group of 5th graders for this year from Golden Hills going up to Tehachapi Mountain Park for our own homegrown special camp experience, and they'll be up there from 10 to 1 each of those days. If you haven't been up, I would encourage you to stop by and see all the wonderful things that the kids are doing, and fifth graders will be joined by members from Jacobson Middle School, so they can start building those connections and learning to work as a team, and it's really a great experience for the kids and beautiful to be up there. Another thing I want to point out is Thursday, Friday, Saturday, April 20th, 21st, and 22nd, Tehachapi High School will be presenting their spring play, the Brothers Grimm Spectaculathon, and those are 7 p.m. showings with a 2 p.m. matinee on Saturday. And then, as I mentioned, prom will be held at the Antelope Valley Fairgrounds on May 6th. And then, of course, we have our next regular scheduled board meeting after this evening's, which will be held on May 9th, right here at 5 p.m. Also, just wanted to stress that we are making up additional snow days on the calendar. After today, we'll still be holding class on April 28th. That's a Friday, Monday, May 15th, and Friday, May 26th. Those are all listed on our student attendance calendar, and since we did use all of our snow days, I just wanted to make sure that everybody was reminded that those are school days. All right, I think that wraps it up. Thank you. That concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you, Superintendent Larson Everson. Next up, TAT update. Ms. Bowman.
Good evening, President Kaminsky, members of the school board, Superintendent Larson Everson, and members of the public. My name is Val Bowman, and I am president of the Tehachapi Association of Teachers. First, we want to give a hooray to the business department and the superintendent for their diligent work on all that went into getting the retro done and ready for the most recent paychecks. Those extra funds helped everybody out, so we're grateful for that. We'd also like to give a hooray to the DO for remembering the mid-year retirees that we had. We had 2, and their need for the retro checks as well, so thank you for taking care of them. Last week was spring break, and many TAT members took the time to power down and rejuvenate so they can be ready to attack the last 9 weeks of the school year. These weeks are going to fly, especially now that warmer days are upon us, and we can see the light through the trees. At every site, at every grade level, and in every department, there's so much to do. Teaching, testing, maybe taking a class trip, and doing 100 other things too. As of now, only 2 days have passed since students and teachers have returned from break. We're still in a honeymoon stage in terms of return, but soon enough, everybody will be back into the swing of things. And we're hoping that everything stays as smooth as it has for the last couple days. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. CSEA update. Okay. PTO update. Warriors booster update. I see Mr. Costello. Welcome.
Thank you all. Break the streak here, so glad to be here. Members of the board, thank you for, again, giving us the opportunity to just give you some updates, and Superintendent already kind of talked about a few things that I was going to cover, but it's good to see those and some of the facility improvements as well. We had another successful winter in terms of league championships, CIF playoffs, state playoffs. Speaking about all the championships we're winning, we're buying championship patches faster than they can make them in M&M Sports. So it's good. It's good for our kids. And so we're assisting with those. Playoff meal expenses were something, and some of those in lieu of, we covered their team banquet expenses, because whether the district may have covered meals for certain teams because of travel or whatever, we ended up letting them use those funds to celebrate their success into the season. The Booster Club would like to thank the district and staff for covering the team came here last meeting, but covering the complex travel situation for girls varsity basketball for the CIF championship. I was waiting for the call, and the Booster Club was willing to assist, but very pleased that TUSD was able to make that complicated situation work to get our team to Fresno to compete despite the weather. Other teams did not. Desert High School had a disaster they forfeited a game, and then they sort of retroactively tried to play a meaningless championship against a JV team, and it was it just wasn't what the kids deserved. So I thank you for handling that. It's really a great sign we're starting to row in the right direction, and understand sometimes we have to go above and beyond to make it right for our student athletes. It's not always easy. Same goes for the athletic department and district staff funding, sort of ongoing uniform replacements, so our team looked the best. I know one of those photos was the baseball team in their new uniforms, and a great look. The caps look awesome. Really excited they're Kelly green, and so it makes a big difference. You know, NFL Hall of Famer, and he's the current head coach at University of Colorado, Deion Sanders once said, "Look good, feel good, play good, win good." And it certainly applies to our teams. We're happy to report, as we also saw, a lot of our facility concerns are being addressed in the coming months. The green fencing alone at Coy Burnett Stadium makes a world of difference, just in terms of that look. The Booster Club's also going to be making significant investments into Coy Burnett with some banners, potentially graphics. We're pricing that out. When the paint gets done on the seats, currently the press box has the Warrior Booster sort of mural painted. Science and technology these days allows us to actually purchase graphics that'll stick to that, and so we're pricing those out right now to really give that a fresh look. We'll see if we can afford it, but it's something that we're going to look into, and then hopefully a few other things to improve the fan and student athlete experience next season. The fence being one of those things already that does that, but the expectations for the community are high, both on the field for the team this coming year and around the stadium as well. So working together to meet those expectations. The team I know is already doing their part on the football side. Many of them are competing in track right now and having a heck of a season. I saw a group of kids just on their own from the team running routes at Meadowbrook Park yesterday. I mean, they're putting in a lot of work right now, so it's a great sign for what this coming season holds. As we wind down this athletic year, we still have some teams to support. As we mentioned, baseball, softball, tennis, track and field, all doing very well, swimming, and are competing for those league championships and CIF playoffs. We're also right now in the difficult phase of trying to figure out who's going to receive our scholarships. Last year, the Booster Club awarded over $2,000 in scholarships. We're going to have to increase that this year because we frankly have got so many qualified student athletes, kids of Booster Club members that are outstanding on the court and in the classroom. And so we're taking a hard look at our scholarship fund to see how we might be able to stretch that a little bit and award more scholarships this year. So a very good problem to have. A couple things we're working on as we sort of wind down this year and get ready for next season. We're partnering for a Booster Hub for a new web presence that includes mobile access, text alert, volunteer sign up, a point of sale for credit cards and cashless payments, all expected to debut this fall. Also, this is our busy time as the season kind of winds down, but we get ready for the next year, which means corporate sponsor renewals, and some new entities have actually reached out to us to get themselves connected with Tehachapi High School Athletics and sort of become sponsors, so it's very good. As always, we continue to promote, support, advocate for our student athletes. I've personally picked up the phone and called college coaches that I know in my circles about giving certain Tehachapi athletes an opportunity to perform at the next level, because sometimes just based on the level of competition, a lot of college coaches go, well, it's hard to judge that against a team that might be struggling on the court or on the field. So a couple phone calls have given some people hopefully an opportunity to go on to the next level. So we'll see if that works out. And we're working, continue to work with, and we'll see if it pans out. But currently our sort of virtual home is the Village Collective, which is downtown, and we get mail there. We have a physical address, but we're looking at potentially upping their corporate partnership, and actually we may have a physical office at the Village Collective moving forward. Just gives us a continued legitimacy with our organization. That way we don't have documents in people's cars or in storage units or this and that we have a place to keep everything, meet with potential partners and businesses that want to invest in our student athletes. So it's an opportunity to just continue to raise the legitimacy of our organization. So with that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. If not, I'll get out of your hair. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. Board communications.
I'll start. Went to the spring concert, and it was great. It was short. They're all getting ready to go to competitions. The new director his mother came up, and she's from Bakersfield, and she's very proud of him and very happy that he's at Tehachapi. I also went to the CTE meeting, and that was another great meeting. Julie came and she gave us a presentation a couple meetings ago, but to hear all the teachers there and the field trips that they're doing and what they're planning for next year for our students with dual enrollment and, fire, EMT, medical, that's a lot for our students. And I was hoping there's some way we can get it out to the community, because there's a lot of good stuff going on there. And the teachers that were there are very happy with the direction they're going with their new director. Is she a director, would you call that? She's great, and they're all pretty happy with the dedication and the time she can give it.
CTE coordinator.
The CT, yes, coordinator. So, she's been able to get more funding for them, so it was a real positive meeting.
Cummings Valley School, and I see Mrs. Margerson. Thank you. She was a great hostess, and along with Mr. B. And it was good to see my old stomping grounds from about, 10 years ago. And it was really great. The flag salute was it's just an awesome sight to see the kids lined up around these, what are getting to be big trees, nice green grass, and the fifth graders, the flag unit came out and hoisted the flag, and a lot of celebrating going on. I got to give a student a $100 check on the behalf of Rotary. I know she was thrilled. It was just, and then we got a tour. We went through, I think, every classroom, unless there was a recess in the middle, but we were there over 2 hours. And again, I want to say thank you to Ms. Markerson and her staff for being so hospitable. Trustee Cooper, do you want to add anything?
We almost made it to all the classes. As I remember, the second grade were all being tested, which is a bad way to end Friday, but what can I say? But overall, it was a very pleasant experience. My first time on a grade school campus in many, many years, and it was awesome to see the students and their, I call it from a point of view professionalism, because they were very, very well behaved and everything. I mean, they just moved like they knew what they were doing. So the teachers must be doing something right.
Okay. You have anything?
Yeah, I have a kind of an echo to Clark Wood's comments about Julie Heaslett. I was not able to attend the meeting, but they had invited me, and so I met with Julie a couple days after the meeting, and her and her team are actually going to come to my work. I work for the city of Tehachapi as my profession, and we offer a variety of trades in the public works world. So I'm excited to share those opportunities with her and her team, and they're going to get the joy of touring a wastewater treatment plant. If you've never been there, it's pretty amazing and pretty awesome. She did say in an email that her team had never been so excited for a tour. And I was like, wow, that's very exciting. They're going to be let down. It's not that exciting, but no, we do. The beauty of that industry of public works is throughout the world, and it's an opportunity for kids to get involved and see different things that could be throughout the world, throughout our country. We actually just recently hired a student that graduated from Tehachapi High School last year. He's working in our water department. Nothing but glowing comments from his supervisor to me recently. So I came from the Tehachapi Unified School District, was not a college-bound student, but someone gave me an opportunity early on in this trade, and I'm very grateful for it, and that's something we hope to provide to Julie and her team as options for these students through state licensing and things like that. So yeah, I do echo Clark Wood. Julie and her team are providing amazing opportunities for these kids. She was sharing some of the different things with internships with the trades and the unions and plumbers and all kinds of things. So just those are opportunities that I would have died to have as a kid, but I'm excited those things are coming for maybe my son someday. You never know. So yeah, that's about it. I was able to attend the middle school track meet. One of my sons was in the track meet last week. It's typically in Ridgecrest every year. This year is in Bakersfield. Hundreds of kids. The coordinating effort again by the team, Mr. Cindro and his team for the track was incredible. As always, it was great. Super fun to see, great weather. And again, shout out to P-Dubs. They sponsored the track team last year, bought all new uniforms for the kids. I actually might have been 2 years ago, actually. Anyways, but it was fun to see them running around with their JMS and then P-Dubs in the back, kind of representing a big business in our community. So that was great.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item 4, public comments. And Ms. Amaker, my little disclaimer is not coming up.
You can read it in between my scribbles, it's right here.
Okay, yeah. Public comments will be allowed. The board chair will recognize any member of the audience wishing to speak on items not on the agenda but directly related to school business. Pursuant to Board Bylaw 9323, the board may limit comments to no more than 3 minutes per person. Public comment will also be allowed on each specific action item prior to board action. The president may allot time to those wishing to speak, but no action will be taken on matters presented, and no discussion of non-agenda items will occur. If appropriate, the president or any member of the board may direct that the matter be referred to the superintendent's office for placement on a future agenda. First up, Ms. Libatique.
Thank you. Good evening again. I come to you right now as a parent. So my son decided to join the swim team this year. We're not swimmers. Haven't been in a pool since before COVID. And I'm not going to lie that I felt a little bit of trepidation. And the support that he's gotten from the coaches, so Leanna Delgadillo and Jason, and I hope I'm pronouncing his last name right, Pananin, they have been literally the most amazing. Everything is organized. I know when everything's going to be. It's life-changing because having a teenage boy, the communication is not fantastic. But their communication, like, this is where you need to be. This is what's going to happen every single day. Here's the times that you're going to practice during spring break. I'm going to tell you that before you even sign up for the team. So that was really wonderful. But then I actually had the joy of going to one of their swim meets and sitting up in the stands, right? The kids are down there in the pool. They can't hear them. Leanna and Jason were excited for every single kid each time that they swam. So they would turn and get excited like they were opening a Christmas present, like they dropped 3 seconds. And the kids can't hear them. This is their own joy for what these kids are doing. The kids would run up to them afterwards, Coach, I dropped 3 seconds. So they were getting this instant, right, reward if this is what you've done well. There was like, hey, next time you want to, and I don't know what any of these things mean, but like paddle down, head down, something like that. And so there was a correction, and then the next time that they went, back up again. Oh, you dropped 3 seconds. And just this atmosphere has been absolutely incredible. I can't say enough about them. I've seen them work from afar as an administrator, but seeing it as a parent and watching my non-swimmer be going to an invitational it's just been amazing. So go swim team, and thank you for hiring amazing coaches.
Thank you, Ms. Libatique. The next request is something that's on the agenda, but it's informational board discussion only. So, Mr. Grimes, you may talk now. Don't have to wait.
First, I'm Ryan Grimes, Athletic Director at Tehachapi High School, and I first want to reiterate exactly what Christy said about swim team. My son swam for Tehachapi High School for 4 years and was absolutely one of the best experiences that he had. So positive, so wonderful. Even the kids that are not the most skilled swimmers, it didn't matter. Just a very positive environment, and I know exactly what she's talking about when she mentions that. So one of the things that I wanted to come and talk to you guys about tonight was something that I saw on the agenda, which was a request for a multi-school agreement made by, I'm assuming, Valley Oaks Charter School. It's a difficult situation, to say the least, to look at these type of agreements for a school versus an outside school to be able to participate in our athletic program. First thing that we would have to obviously look at would be calendar issues. The calendars would have to align perfectly for us to even consider this, meaning that grading periods, class completion dates, grade change policies, all those things would have to align between the two schools in order for it to even be workable for us. That's the first thing. It'd also be difficult for us to manage student conduct issues. Obviously, when a student is part of our district, they are someone that we can track, someone that we can watch and see what they're doing in class, outside of class. Those are things that we track, and we have a very strict discipline code that we use for athletics that they have to follow. Obviously, it's very strict, and we have to sometimes eliminate students from our athletic programs because they're not following those things. In order for us to track what a student's doing in a different school would be almost insurmountable, in my opinion. I don't know if we could do it. We would have no way of looking at what they're doing outside of our school district. It opens the district up, obviously, that if this was something that was agreed upon, we would have to then open it up to other schools as well. There's other charter schools, there's other different places that would try to do the same thing. And again, all these issues that I just stated would come into play once again with another school that we would have to try to work out. So again, just an extremely difficult situation for us to try to cover as an athletic department, because it would obviously be our responsibility. There's obviously costs involved to the district that we would have to consider. CIF dues. We pay a due to CIF to become part of it's called a member school, is what it is. You can be a full member, you can be a partial member. And just so you
Mr.
know-
Grimes, your time's up. Please,
Okay, I'll finish it.
conclude.
Yeah, so any school can become a member, but there's costs, uniforms, transportation, equipment, increased staffing, things like that. We do offer TILA, which is an option for these students that can come to us. And I just look at one last thing that, if we allow students to come in from outside groups, are we then taking away opportunities from the students that are part of our district? Something to consider when we're looking at this agreement. So thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Grimes. Mrs. Purdy, you had a public comment?
Hello, everybody, the trustees and the superintendent. Thank you, and the support staff. Thank you for what you do for coming and the preparation that's involved, and then the commitment to be here. I wanted to say my son is a supervisor at Sacramento Wastewater Treatment. He's been doing it since he got out of the Air Force. He was at Victorville, then went to Davis, the city of Davis, and now he's at Sacramento Wastewater Treatment. So my handouts tonight have to do, thank you, have to do with equity versus equality of opportunity. I also have more copies if anybody's interested in the audience.
The first page is a visual of the difference between equity and equality of opportunity. What it comes down to is who will learn more, who will go farther, and who will be happier. With equity, if everybody is below the line so that everybody has a chance to stay at the same place, they're not going to take off like they will with the equality of opportunity. Then they'll have more progress and be happier and learn more and be more productive. The second handout is, it's a school's use equity as Trojan horse for toxic critical race theory. You find how they will promote race and the importance of race over the importance of ability and what a person can do, what a person has the potential to do. It becomes second to race. The third handout is the governance handbook. I printed it out in case you guys didn't have a chance to do that. It shows the changes and modifications. I urge you, I know a lot of the people are new and may not have known what changes they were signing up for. So I urge you to go through them carefully and see if it gives you enough chances to represent your thoughts and feelings and your vision for Tehachapi. And the last one is parents need to wake up. Advocates sound alarm about Satanists after school clubs sprouting across the country. And that one is really important because I want to thank again the wisdom of our principal, Kendra, and for Superintendent Larson Everson for her wisdom to not fall in the trap of giving them a chance to sue us. So it was done perfectly beautifully. I'm there praying for every meeting along with a couple of friends, and it's peaceful, and thank you. It's peaceful and well done, and we appreciate the way it's handled. I think that was the last thing. Yes, I want to thank you all for your wisdom, especially yours, and courage and strength of the principals at the school and the staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Purdy. Anyone else needs to make a public comment? Seeing no one rise. Consent agenda. It's showing the SPED consent agenda at the top, and below it says, it has the documents for your update.
Is this where you're at? Yeah. So everything should be there.
There's a little disclaimer.
I can give you my printed. I don't have, it's not printed on mine, I didn't print that part. Do you want this device though? Is it picking it up more accurately? You see, it was showing on the last one that you couldn't see, it was showing. But the disclaimer for the consent agenda, yeah, I'm trying to get it to show.
See, and then,
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why yours is doing
see, and it's not showing the attachments now. Okay, item 5, consent agenda. Consent agenda items are items that normally don't cause any room for debate, very agreeable, regular items. But if a trustee wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda for board discussion in a separate vote, he or she may do so. Is there any, well, do I have a motion for the consent agenda to be approved as is?
I'll make the motion to approve it as is.
I'll second.
Okay. Clerk Wood made a motion to accept the consent agenda. Trustee Napier a second motion to accept it as well. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. I did want to make a comment. It seems every board meeting I have a former employee that is retiring. I hope Mrs. Mathesor comes to the retirement celebration, and I'm assuming in May. Arguably the most passionate teacher about her subject in this district.
Definitely.
I was in her classroom many times as her principal, as a academic coach, as an interim superintendent, and just awesome passion.
Kaminsky, when I visited her classroom over at TILA, just a comment that seeing middle school students excited about math is pretty exciting just in and of itself.
Okay. All right, Superintendent, item 6.1, first read governance handbook.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Yes, this is a first read item on the governance handbook based on the board's dialogue from the workshop that was held on February 21st. Initial edits were made to the governance handbook, and then the edited document was sent to all of you. And the conversation that we had, it was sent, I believe, around March 2nd. And the idea being that the document would be with all of you for the remainder of the month, and then based on the edits that I received, I would incorporate those into the document and then bring it back for your review and discussion this evening at this evening's regular meeting. So that's what I've done. All the revisions that were submitted to me have been integrated into the document, and as we discussed, the items for removal are those that are noted with a strike through. And then all of the suggested additions are listed as bold italicized text. So here it is.
First of all, I want to just give you my appreciation for that. Was a lot of work. And even though it's not done yet, it's still obvious looking through all the strike throughs. You did a lot of work, and I want to thank you publicly for that. The only thing I think it's missing, it's not your fault, it's our fault, is we need some district goals, board goals. Other than that, I really like the, I know the input I gave and what you had in there was based on California School Board Association recommendations and followed pretty much.
And then Trustee Wood, Clerk Wood also provided some input, and Trustee Kelly, Vice President Kelly, also provided some explicit edits as well, and those are incorporated in here. And I appreciate the time that you all took in reading through and then submitting those edits. So I guess I'm looking for direction from here as to how the board would like to move forward in the next steps of developing this handbook. I hear what you're saying as far as the need to develop district goals, and is that through another workshop? Is that through discussion here? How do you all envision taking this forward to the next step?
I think really the only, like I mentioned, we need to see some district goals generated by the board. and that would probably be for our May meeting. I don't think we need to do a special workshop. First goal is going to be student achievement, and before or after that, maybe this will be the first goal, school continued progress on safety of our students.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, just asking a clarifying question here, you'd like to see listed on the May agenda a discussion item on district goals to incorporate into the governance handbook?
Correct.
Got it, thank you.
Any other trustee wish to add?
Nothing major, just a handful of kind of grammatical things with the removing words and adding some things. Just kind of go through it. You know, if there should be just the simple grammatical stuff. It's all, the content is accurate, in my opinion. I think it's gets the point, but just some simple grammatical areas there.
Trustee Cooper, Clerk Wood, anything? Okay.
Trustee Napier, will you be forwarding that to them? I mean, that was we were supposed to forward things that we saw and.
Yeah, most of the grammatical issues are due to the changes, not from the original document. The original document was fine. It's just when you take out words, sometimes it should be pluralized or not, or
Okay.
something like that. So I did not mark it all up like that, but again, it was only due to the changes, not the original document.
Okay.
So based on that, this would be a question for all of you at this point. If there's consensus on the changes that are there, I can move forward in cleaning up the document and incorporating the changes, in other words, removing the strikeouts and normalizing the text that is currently bold and italicized so that it looks in normal format, and we can review it and then talk about the goals for May.
Yes, and I would encourage any trustee, if they have a specific district goal in mind, to send that to you, and you can, and there were a lot of singular to plural and vice versa changes, and I think they'll all get caught once you put it in regular format. Okay?
Very good, thank you.
All right. Item 6.2, board discussion, request for CIF multi-school agreement to allow Valley Oaks Charter School students to compete in Tehachapi High School athletics.
I think we may have skipped over one item. I think you're on item 3, and you need to go back to item 6.2. Is that correct?
Nope. I went to SCIF,
Oh? Okay, I've got them backwards.
and note-taking is 3.
Okay, I stand corrected. My apologies.
Well, I've had so much trouble tonight with my former laptop.
No worries. So yes, let's talk about the discussion for CIF multi-school agreement. This item is presented this evening based on a community member's request for the board to have a discussion on this item. And as you're aware, I did some research on this and worked with our team here and reaching out to our insurer, CISC, and Mr. Krutzmer, and just want to make sure that everybody understands that CISC advises that allowing charter students to participate in TUSD athletics does present an increased exposure to liability for TUSD. So having said that, I know we heard from Mr. Grimes earlier, and I'll turn it over to all of you and any additional public comment for discussion.
Okay. Thank you. I'll start. I just want to make one thing transparent. I go to Valley Oaks roughly every other week. I'll be there Thursday as I'm serve as the Youth Services co-chair for the Rotary Club of Tehachapi. I have a tremendous respect for the students that I work with and the staff at Valley Oaks. I've known Vice Principal Carnes as long as I've been in the district. And Secretary Lambeth was our attendance clerk when I was vice principal at JMS. I have nothing but respect for the staff and the school. But I have concerns. And most, if not all, teams have cuts. And a Valley Oaks student who does not earn the district ADA would take the place of a THS student who does. We get ADA from that student being enrolled. I have other questions. Well, that would lead, my opinion, to possible issues in the locker room with parents. And we don't need, Mr. Grimes will attest to this, we don't need any more stress put on these coaches. It's a hard enough job as it is. Being a sports official for 25 years, I've always asked, how can you handle all that yelling and screaming? I go, I leave. When the game's over, I leave. The coaches can't leave. They're there. And then I have an issue with Mr. Grimes brought this up. He alluded to it. Does Tehachapi High School administration have access to a Valley Oaks student's records to determine eligibility? Would this apply to Jacobson Middle School students? Would it apply to the mathletes team at Tehachapi High or any other academic team? And then I raised the question, could TUSD students ask to be on a Valley Oaks academic team like robotics? In this request, I saw no mention if any Valley Oaks High School in Bakersfield, if any of their students play for any Kern High School District schools. And with all due respect to Valley Oaks High School, I'm against this. I wish Valley Oaks High School well with any athletic or academic teams it forms.
President Kaminsky, can we make a note on the record that Vice President Kelly arrived at 6:09 to join the meeting?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Homaker.
Any other trustee add anything new?
I have a couple comments. Mr. Grimes brought up a lot of good real-world scenarios and points that he would be the bearer of that. And teachers and staff have enough difficult times tracking kids down for grades and discipline, and my kids included, right? I mean, it's a problem. I think the district has done a good job of providing alternatives with TILA. It's a very different method of academics that I wasn't used to as a kid, but it brought an alternative, but also they were part of our district, and it's very structured through the district office and things like that. And sometimes the unfortunate part of decisions is you get trade-offs. The trade-offs is maybe these charter schools can provide something better than we can offer, but they don't have this. And it's just a matter of trade-offs. And I know I have been an advocate of beating the drum of parental choice. We talked this through with movies and COVID and all those things. And as a parent of 6 kids, I've chosen to have my students in the Tehachapi Unified School District for 100 reasons. Are there things that I wish were different? Absolutely. But sometimes those choices, you can call it consequences or just circumstance of those choices, you don't have all the options that you may have as a student at Valley Oaks or Mojave River. I mean, there's a dozen of them, right? And I just don't want to put that massive burden upon our staff to try to track that down. I mean, just think about scheduling and trying to notify, like, hey, we're having tryouts for a play at the high school. Do they get to do that? We're having tryouts for track for JMS. Well, they don't get out of school till this time. Well, what time does track practice start? To me, it's a logistical nightmare. I know Ms. Bowman and Mr. Grimes, they coordinate for facilities and athletics and transportation, and there's so much that goes into that already. Just adding one more layer of trying to communicate. I mean, I can't even communicate with my 6 kids and my wife at the same time. I can't imagine how difficult it is for athletic staff to coordinate with discipline and grades and merits, and just the list goes on. So at this time, I would agree with President Kaminsky. I'm not in favor at this time.
Trustee Cooper, do you have any different opinions or new information?
Well, I don't have any, quote, new information, but I have seen in the past in other areas where schools have mixed, and it does pose some significant problems, is all I will say.
Clerk Wood.
In talking to parents, everything that everybody is talking about, that is what they're telling me. They're like, all these scenarios, what about this, what about that? And, I wasn't even thinking about some of them, and I'm sure some more will roll around. And I was just wondering, are we comparing, with their classes, are we comparing apples to apples or apples to oranges, just in the difference of how they run their high school and things like that? I don't know, but it is different, and I don't know how you would do that scholastic piece of it, like Mr. Grimes was talking about. And like I say, tried to talk to as many parents, variety, and they all came up with that same scenario. Okay, what if my kid gets cut? He goes to Tehachapi High School and he gets cut from the basketball team, and a Valley Oaks kids gets, my kid gets, they're paying, or not paying, but their ADA is from the school. So that's what I kept hearing also. So at this time, I'm not for it either.
Okay. Thank you, Clerk Wood. Vice President Kelly.
Well, my apologies to the board, President, for being late. I've obviously missed quite a bit of the discussion, but I'm leaning towards not approving it.
So if I may, again, seek clarification, I've heard the board's discussion, and it sounds like there is consensus at this time for this not to move forward as an agenda item. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Just state your name in the microphone.
Hi, my name is Virginia Tanner. I'm the one that brought this forward. As I hear everyone's discussion about this, I've done a lot of research on this and talked to a gal named Christina Shannon at CIF. They do multi-school agreements often. The only schools, it is only for athletic programs. It is not for any, math clubs, anything like that. It is just for athletics. The only schools that can qualify for a multi-school agreement are those that are in the boundaries of this school district, a public school, and do not have their own athletic programs. So those are the only possible schools that would qualify. Each year in March, a new form comes out, and in May it's submitted, and it is good for 1 year only. And every year you reevaluate and see if you want to continue with that or not. Valley Oaks is, obviously, every person in this room values education. And I think we all value the right that we have to be able to choose that education for our families and for those opportunities that we have. And we are really blessed with a variety of opportunities in Tehachapi. That being said, Valley Oaks specifically has such a small number of high school students, and this would only be for the high school. It would not include any of the other schools, just high school. A relative handful of kids would be given an opportunity to participate in sports. Nothing so grand as to kick other kids out. I know there are other, you think of all the programs that we have just as a community, and to have an opportunity to play high school sports is not something that the students at Valley Oaks have. But we all appreciate living in Tehachapi, and we appreciate, all the taxpayers' money that goes into these different things. Everyone here, no matter what school they go to, they pay those taxes. And so I mean, obviously, we've had a no from everyone, but I think a lot of that has to do with all these questions of what if, what about this, what about that, all the stress, extra stress that will be on the teachers and staff, when in reality, I believe every school has a CIF representative. Is that accurate? That's what the gal said at CIF. She said, I deal with this every day. Every hurdle has been overcome. If you have any questions, she is the one who can answer every single question you have about this, how to deal between two different schools. It is certainly something that's not insurmountable. It's something that the community, obviously, there's a lot of back and forth with that, but we have a petition going where we have teachers and parents from both schools and that have nothing to do with either school that would love to see this happen. Again, it is only for 1 year. And so if you have any questions for me, I would be happy to address any of them.
Any questions? Thank you, Ms. Tanner. Is there anyone else who would like to make a public comment?
Thank you for your time.
I will close with saying that I'm just afraid of the slippery slope. Maybe it's not for, maybe it's just for high school, maybe it's just for athletics, but then, there's a great, schools come down to choice. And I think Trustee Napier said it best, where anyone in TILA would be eligible to play athletics, and they have. We make choices and face the consequences. Item 6.3, board discussion regarding note-taking protocols for trustees during closed session. This came up, I have to be careful here, as it's closed session items. Few trustees on items that, in closed session, that are prolonged from one meeting to another meeting to another meeting, wish to take notes and have taken notes. And Superintendent and I have been discussing this, and I'll lead the discussion by speaking for myself. I don't remember what I had for lunch yesterday, much less what was spoken in the meeting over a month ago, 2 months ago. And these are usually important subject matter in closed session. And in my opinion, the trustee may take notes, but they are subject to, if anyone in their family, anyone has access to those notes, they will be, the trustee would be in violation of a Brown Act if that information gets divulged, even accidentally. But I think we're all adults, we're responsible trustees, and I, for one, will be, like to take notes on certain subjects to refresh my memory when it comes up again, and would safeguard those notes. My wife doesn't go through my bag. I don't leave anything on the computer. I take notes. And I could assure you that on some items like student discipline, those types of items do not carry over from one to the next month. And I don't see any reason anyone would want to take notes for that. But there are items that specifically superintendent evaluation, and possibly I could see it happening with labor negotiations as well. Anyone else like to chime in?
Yeah, I'll make a comment. I am a diligent note taker for all aspects of life. If you go back to the governance handbook, it is very clear that confidentiality is a requirement of us, right? This is not optional. So what I would say is that if we are trusted to keep things in our brain confidentially, we should be trusted as adults to keep them diligently confidential, whether it's a notebook, my laptop, my personal laptop specifically, things like that. I think it is due diligence for us to take notes and to keep track of things. Just like my job, I have 25 employees. The notes I take from my employees, good or bad, those are very confidential. I have very specific laws on what I can and cannot divulge for employee, personnel history and things like that. If we can't trust ourselves as a board to be confidential with our notes, then we need to rethink what we're doing here. So I will always be in favor of note-taking. And who's to say, someone doesn't walk out of the room immediately take notes when they get to their car and get on their computer or their phone and take notes. I mean, it's honestly, if we're trying to control the board to not take notes, it's a rule that cannot be, it's truly a rule that cannot be enforced. I can walk out to my car, grab my laptop, and instantaneously start to just, spew out everything out of my brain onto my computer and type it up as fast as I possibly can. So yeah, I think we've sworn an oath. We've been elected by the people. We've been trusted by the people to do our jobs, and that includes confidentiality. And I will always be in favor of that.
Thank you, Trustee Napier. Any other trustee wish to make a comment?
I have basically the same feeling. If we can't be trusted with confidentiality on all subjects, we're in question.
I have another comment. Sorry, can't control myself.
Go ahead.
As far as the legal take on this, have you or the superintendent, have you spoken with legal, with a legal opinion on this matter?
Yes, I haven't spoken to Mr. Herndon, but Superintendent and I received a lengthy email, and
Feel free to paraphrase. Are we legally allowed to do so?
in my opinion, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think what I gathered out of Mr. Herndon's is that, yes, legally you can take notes, but I think Mr. President Kaminsky said it well, that if there's a loss of control of those notes, whether it be intentional or unintentional, that can result in a Brown Act violation, and that is the caution that comes from legal, is try to control that. On the district side of things, anything that comes into closed session, you'll notice our pattern of behavior of whatever we pass out to the board during closed session, we collect at the end of closed session. If there's any thing that's reported out or that's taken in an official capacity as notes, those are kept under the control of Ms. Amaker as the board secretary. And I don't even know where she keeps them or under what lock and key, but they are kept under lock and key. So that's how we try to maintain that confidentiality from the district perspective. But again, what I heard from Mr. Herndon is there's no legal grounds to say you can't do it. There's just that legal cautionary note to say there's increased liability for each person and danger of a Brown Act violation and public records request and things like that can come into play, that if somebody knows you've taken notes, that they might try to request those notes. And if they're not on a protected topic, then they would become the subject of a public records request, or could become.
Thank you. Vice President Kelly, Clerk Wood, do you have anything to add?
Superintendent, real quick, so if there were, let me think about this for a second. So if there were a request for all notes and/or memos, emails, whatever, related to subject A, if a trustee took notes on that topic A, those could then be reported in and been part of the investigation or whatever that's going to be, correct?
That's correct, unless it's a subject matter such as an employee discipline or student disciplinary matter that is protected by confidentiality. So in those instances, and again, Mr. Herndon and Schools Legal would be the experts on that, that we would have to redact those portions of those notes before they would be provided, or the notes in totality related to that particular subject, student, or employee would not be provided based on the confidential protection. So again, they would have to be the one to split hairs on that as to what exactly would be protected from a public records, but in the past, there's been quite a bit of redaction they've guided through those type of processes.
Okay, but only the note-taking trustee would know if they took notes on that particular topic or not, correct?
Well, I would presume so, but if they're doing so in the presence of other trustees, then other trustees and staff that might be present in the room would presumably note that there was note-taking on that topic.
I don't think that's true. You can't assume what people are doing. If they're taking notes, I could be writing a note to pick up groceries on the way home because my wife texts me to pick up milk. So that's not a fair assumption.
It's a reasonable assumption. It's reasonable. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to finish with, and I think she just walked out, but Ms. Libatique drilled into me, and I'm assuming other people as well. We're going to assume good intentions. I know we, as a board, we've had some issues in the past, but I think for me, we're going to assume good intentions until proven different, and I'm okay with it continuing.
Clerk Wood, anything to add?
I don't have anything to add. I mean, you have to do what you have to do, but, you know, if the grand jury starts asking questions and things like that, you have to provide the answers and you have to provide the notes. I've been involved in it, so everybody needs to do what they need to do to protect themselves. So.
Thank you.
And I would propose also that there may be the situation where you take a couple of notes because you haven't made up your mind on the subject. You finalize your mind and destroy the notes.
And I think that's a good point, Trustee Cooper. And what I would ask for on direction from the board, or what my suggestion would be, is we just talked about the draft governance handbook, and perhaps at the next meeting when we discuss it, or tonight, there's language, or you could email draft language that you'd like to see included that could be incorporated in there that details what the protocols would be for note-taking, and just stating some of the things that have been talked about tonight, that it would be on the person's personal device or under the person's individual control and personal responsibility to keep in alignment with the Brown Act, and that, you know, we could insert a protocol into our closed session actions just on a regular basis if it goes into the handbook, something like that. There would be an opportunity where staff would call for, are there any notes that members would like destroyed at the end of that session? Those are just examples. So if there's language that we can include, that's my suggestion, is that it's included in the handbook so that there's clarity as to that it's acceptable and what the expectations are.
I don't think the clarification is necessary. The governance handbook is very specific. Page 8, number 4, we will maintain confidentiality, period. That's clear as day. We maintain confidentiality. And it's like Trustee Kelly, Vice President Kelly said, we assume good intentions until proven otherwise. And I'll be honest with you, I know why this topic was brought up. I am diligent to take notes. And until proven otherwise, it is completely confidential and completely for me doing due diligence to do my job, to be the best trustee I can, and trying to put it in my memory bank along with managing my work and managing my kids and managing my life. It doesn't work like that. I have to be diligent to take notes, to keep my thoughts together, and until I breach that trust of confidentiality, feel free to call the grand jury. It's not a thing. feel free. The grand jury can have my computer and hand it over right now. It doesn't matter to me.
Just for the record, I never called the grand jury.
I'm not saying you did, but if you have a concern about it, call the grand jury. Go
No.
for it. It doesn't matter
No.
to me. But the governance handbook is clear. 4 words: we will maintain confidentiality. I don't know what more we need to say. We are grown adults. We are trusted by the community as elected officials to follow the governance handbook. Period. Leave it at that. Be adults, be responsible humans, and do our job. We did not, for the very, very, very clear record, that's something that gave me a heart attack when we were doing Zooms during COVID. There was a trustee that is no longer on this board. I saw his family walking in the background during Zooms during closed session. I didn't see us change the governance handbook then. So if something that goes on in that room with notes is a problem, then this governance handbook is trash. It's worthless. We will maintain confidentiality, period. Let's be adults. Let's be responsible humans and do our jobs.
Thank you. Trustee Napier, I have to think about if we want to add anything to the governance handbook.
That was
To
just
be
a suggestion that,
specific
that Mr.
to
Herndon
that.
had made, is that we have a specific written protocol so that, so that it's not a question. In my experience of working at the cabinet level, that there's, and I presume 100% positive intentions for each board member, whether you take notes or don't take notes. I think that's part of our work together as a governance team. But from my perspective, in 32 years in education, it's unusual to have someone as an individual board member taking notes in closed session. And Mr. Herndon seemed to express a similar, that it's not a common practice or common issue that has come up. And his suggestion was that we incorporate some language or create a protocol. And in fact, he's the one who helped us develop the board item for this evening.
I actually have, can I, President?
Go ahead.
I'd actually like to come back to Trustee Cooper's point of, if you take notes to help you make your decision, then you just get rid of the notes or destroy them. I don't know if it's something directly related to what it is. If it's just your thought pattern and there's nothing, say it once again, we're going to topic A, right? And if you don't write down topic A, but you write down Bob likes camels, that's not directly related, but if that helps your thought process, I don't think that's an issue, but if it does directly relate back to the topic, I think we have a problem with destruction of those notes, if I'm correct. Anybody?
That may be, I would just ask Mrs. Amaker to lock them up. Simple as that. All right. Item 6.4, approval of board policies. Based on the written recommendations from the California School Boards Association, the attached revisions to board policies are submitted by district administration and are presented for approval. We had first reads on this last month. So the recommendation is the board approve the following board policies as presented. Do I need to read all those?
No, typically that's what I would say and read, but I do have one little comment to insert, and that was due to an oversight on Good Friday. Board Policy 9322 was not included in this list, and that was, if you recall, not a board policy that came from CSBA. It was one that we brought forward ourselves in revising that timeframe for submitting agenda items from 1 week to 3 weeks. Again, it was just an oversight that was part of the first read along with the other items that you see listed here for March 14th. So we'll bring that particular one, 9322, back in May. And the rest of them that are listed here were in fact seen on March 14th. Thank you.
All right. Do I have a motion to approve the board policies as presented?
Kelly, a motion.
Second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Napier, that the board approve the following board policies as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Approval of Citizens Task Force, CTF, appointee for 2023.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. The district seeks approval of an additional Citizens Task Force member to serve on behalf of school board members, school and community district organizations. The board took action back in February of this year, 2023, at a regular meeting to approve the appointment of nominees that were received prior to that board meeting date, and an additional nominee was received since the February meeting and since the March meeting, and that is the nominee or appointee for Trustee Kelly that is presented this evening for the board's approval. Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the appointee as presented on the attachment to serve on the Citizens Task Force? Nominations were made by school sites and civic organizations, in addition to requests for each board trustee to appoint a representative. Do I have a motion?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Clerk Wood. The board approved the Citizens Task Force appointee as presented. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Business Department. Oh, thank you, Superintendent.
We got through somehow.
Yes.
We stumbled along.
Okay, item 1, request for allowance of attendance and instructional time credit because of emergency conditions.
Thank you, President
Mr.
Kaminsky.
Antazari.
So this item is being brought forward as a request to approve the Form J13A, which is a waiver for 2 inclement weather days on March 3rd and March 30th of this year that exceeded the 8 inclement weather days, makeup days that were built into the academic calendar. As you can see in the attachments, we were unable to hold school. We also had, due to 2 2-hour delays, a shortage of instructional minutes, which will also be included for the high school. A failure to do this would put us out of compliance with the requirements of both instructional days and instructional minutes. The penalty being the loss of apportionment for that day. 1 day is roughly about $250,000. So we seek your approval for this waiver.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Trustee Napier.
It feels like spring today, but if we get snow in a week or so from now, which has happened, I pray to God it never snows in this town ever again, for the record. I pray for global warming and 110 degrees here. If it does snow again, do we have to do this again, or how does that?
We would just include another day as part of the waiver. Given that the state included Kern County as part of the state of emergency, it would be expected by the state of California.
Okay.
We don't see any issue getting this approved, given the conditions.
Yeah, I was just curious if it's like, is this too early? Should we really wait until, or?
It was recommended by the Kern County Superintendent of Schools to get this approved in April for that very reason.
Perfect. Awesome, thank you. And yes, no snow, please.
Any other questions from the board? And this is a roll call vote to approve the request for attendance and instructional time credit because of emergency conditions as presented. Do I have a motion?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second? It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper, that the board approve the request for attendance and instructional time credit because of emergency conditions as presented. Roll call, Mrs. Amaker.
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. My computer's reloading. There we go. Item 7.2, approval of amendment to the agreement between Saracoso Community College and Tehachapi Unified School District, in parentheses, storage. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Just a little background for anyone that's not aware, the Saracoso Community College leases space at the Tehachapi Education Center, and this lease is valid until June of 2025, the Vice President of Finance and Administrative Services reached out to us seeking the ability to install a storage, like portable storage facility due to their growing programs. This would proposed location is on the eastern side of Building B, so really away from any space that we are using. This agreement comes at no cost to the district or Saracosa Community College. This agreement's only to formalize kind of this understanding that we don't have any responsibility for this storage unit, and that it's just to specify that it's for the purposes of storage for their operations here in Tehachapi and not as a general storage. And we seek your approval for this amendment to the existing agreement.
Any questions from a trustee?
I have a question.
All right, do I have a motion?
I have a question.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I think I was speaking when you were, sorry. What type of storage container is this? The reason I ask is I know there's very specific requirements within the city limits for storage containers. Like if it's like a sea train, if it's not, it has to be permitted if it's certain size. So I've wanted to put similar style storage containers at my own work, and I work for the city and I've been told no. So I would check.
Okay, yes, we will verify with the city if that is something that might present an issue or be out of compliance with any existing rules. In my personal, even though they lease the space, you are correct that it is our space. I was kind of operating under the assumption that it is their responsibility, but it is our personal space. The agreement was intended to be for a proposed storage unit. We're at least seeking the approval to allow them to use that space, not necessarily specifying. They did propose a certain size, but if it has to change the type of unit that they're using, perhaps that's something that we could work with. More importantly, we want to know if we're able to amend the agreement to allow storage. It doesn't have to be to that specific required size. It was just what was proposed, but that's something that we can amend. They also would need to agree to the terms that we've provided.
Personally, I would rather see something come back with, a blessing letter from the city. Again, I've used this term many times on the board, being a good neighbor, being a good partner. We are a government entity. We should do the best job we can to ensure that we are in compliance with all zoning and, city codes and things like that. If we agree to this now, they are given permission for a 20 by 8, and then if you come back and say, well, it's different now because we didn't. No, I would personally rather see it come back with some kind of a rendering of what it is. Again, I look at this as kind of like a government program. Once you start, you can't really stop. So if we do it and let it go, there's no map here to show us the facility, the location of the facility. I think that should be very specific in writing, some sort of a map of where the plot's going to be on the campus. In addition to that, some kind of a rendering of what it is. Again, I know it's just storage, but just storage turns into just more storage. I mean, I know the district, you guys have been doing a tremendous amount of cleanup around your guys' facilities, right? Being good neighbors. You drive by the facilities, the bus barn, the maintenance, it looks great. There's a lot of improvement, and I think we should be careful not to slippery slope. Oh, they add one container, they add two containers, that kind of thing. So I would prefer to have this tabled until there is a rendering and blessing from the city as to if it meets code and some sort of a clarification as to the location.
So if you could clear something up for me, Mr. Intezari, is this unoccupied space, open air, or is it some sort of building already there, a room, or?
No, so the storage would be in the open space on the eastern side of Building B, where there were formerly basketball courts that aren't being used or anything, and it's not used for any purpose at all by the district or Saracosa, aside from some people park there. But
Right.
it's far out of sight. It was intentionally, I won't call it vague, but not specific as to the location, just given that they were seeking approval for at least something this size. But it's noted that we should have the specifics before bringing forward, or at least recommended, that kind of.
Yeah, one of the main reasons for those codes is for aesthetics, and, that the schools are designed with specific architecture to the look and the feel, right? That school is 100 years old, so it's kind of hard to use that as an example, but that is the intent of zoning codes, is to ensure that the look and the feel of the community stays proper. So just being vague with location and being vague with the size and being vague with the look of it, to me, is not something that I would be voting yes for right now.
Any other trustee offer an opinion? I would, even though it's on the back side of the building, it is visible. And I would like more specifics as well. Any other trustee want to offer an opinion? I will move that we table this item.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We'll table this. Hopefully, we'll see you in about 4 weeks. Item 7.3, approval of the agreement between Thinking Maps and Tehachapi Unified School District for consulting services and materials.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. This proposed agreement would provide for 4 virtual trainings and consulting services with materials provided by Thinking Maps. This is a comprehensive writing program called Write from the Beginning and Beyond, which has proven to increase writing skills across curriculum. The services are scheduled for April 25th, May 22nd, May 23rd, and June 1st of this year. The cost of the agreement is $2,250 per day for a total of $9,000, and this would be covered by Title II Part A federal funds, which are intended for supplemental activities to strengthen the quality and effectiveness of teachers. We seek your approval for this agreement.
Before I move on, I'd like to just reiterate what the superintendent and I discussed this at the agenda build, and this is for training of our teacher trainers, not half the staff at a school site. So it's how many teachers would be going to this? Roughly, guesstimate. I won't hold you to it.
I think about a dozen.
Yeah, okay. For each of the days. So, I think that's very doable with our sub situation and everything, so.
We monitor the sub situation pretty carefully. We don't allow, just for the record, professional development in general on Mondays and Fridays because those are the tough sub days, and really try to look at the calendar. Unfortunately, it's very hard to avoid conflicts, but as you said, this is a trainer of trainers model. This is not trying to, at this point, give a professional development of this many days to a large number. It's just the same group that would succinctly attend over time to meet that trainer of trainer status.
Thank you. Any other questions from the trustees?
I just have a question. Shocking, right? I feel like I'm on a roll tonight. I think this is great, and absolute yes. I'm just curious. I can imagine there's dozens, if not hundreds, of different types of trainings and things like this. How do you guys hone in on this one? What stands out, or how does that work?
Okay, I can't speak
I can
to the
speak.
professional.
I figured you're gonna say that.
But all I would say is that Thinking Maps is something that is, it's very popular. It's something that the district has been using, but I can leave it
The
to
experts
whoever
come in.
wants to
Yeah.
speak on it.
I can speak to it.
Well,
Go ahead, Ms.
I can
Paxton.
talk about the purpose of this training is, Thinking Maps is an adopted program at Tehachapi Unified, as you're well aware. And as the pandemic occurred, we lost a lot of our Thinking Maps trainers due to attrition, people retired. And so this year we've been focused on building that back up. And so the goal is by the end of the year to have a robust set of trainers at each site. So this is the final push to make sure that all of our sites are represented with trainers at their site. And then they'll be pushing out professional development because it is a fabulous program. It really gets our students thinking more in-depthly. And it's used not just in language arts, but across the curriculum. You can use Thinking Maps in math classes, science classes, history classes. And so we're just really trying to revive that program because that is what is really good for our students.
So to Trustee Napier, to your point about how do we pick, I mean, that's part of, there are thousands of instructional strategies, and we're really focused on first best instruction all day long so that we, as a district, have our key go-to strategies, such as thinking maps, that we want to support our teachers in being excellent implementers of those strategies. What's great about thinking maps is it really does help. It's not just what do you want to call it, an organizer, but it's truly a way to help kids organize their thinking and be able to write well, be able to speak well by using maps to organize their thoughts. It can help them make a quick presentation, create a PowerPoint, write an essay, write a friendly letter, do all kinds of academic tasks. And we want our students to have that flexibility and depth of knowledge that goes across all of the different curricular areas and a skill that they can build on from year to year. Starting in TK and kindergarten, those students can do thinking maps as well. They can make a tree map, they can make a bubble map, they can do all of these things that then build as they're going forward through the grade level. So it's been something that's been a cornerstone for Tehachapi Unified, and as Mrs. Paxton said, we really need to make sure that we have strong trainers to be able to support all of our school sites well in keeping this alive. And anytime you start doing something, the first iteration or we begin implementation, nobody's an expert at it right away. It takes us time to develop that expertise and continue to build our capacity and deepen our knowledge, and bringing, as she said, attrition, bringing new people into the fold that can help us, really highlight those practices to the best of our ability.
I'd like to add my experience with thinking maps as a principal at JMS. The 7th and 8th grade language arts teachers were thinking maps fanatics, and they were the only 2 grades in English language arts that met or exceeded the state average in testing on the SBAC. And one Halloween, they actually dressed the 4 of them as a different thinking map. I, as a principal, when I did a teacher observation, I used a flow map. And it helped me organize better I could, in my conversation with the teacher afterwards, I had a nice, flow. Flow of her lesson, or his lesson. Thank you, Ms. Paxton.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Paxton.
So when's your first lesson? I see them all want to teach you. They're all like.
A quick question.
It's expensive, so it must be good.
Quick question. How long have we used the program? Apparently, it's been used in the past.
Yeah, over 20 years.
We're still using it. It's been used
Yeah.
We have staff on hand that are in charge of training our new teachers. And so during COVID, we lost teachers, some teachers retired. And so in order to keep it going, because we will hire more teachers and we're going to need to train them as well. So we just want to keep it going, but Thinking Maps has been around for a very long time.
But not that it hasn't changed. Even though it's been
Yes.
around a long time, there are components of Thinking Maps that have been augmented and improved with research over time to specifically meet the needs of English learners, of being able to help students be better writers. So it began a long time ago, but it has morphed over time. And the materials that accompany the training, as well as the strategies, have been augmented and enhanced as well. So it hasn't been stagnant for 20 plus years.
I didn't mean to be argumentative. It's just that I have a severe lack of knowledge, okay?
Yeah, no problem.
Trustee Cooper, wherever our next journey goes, to whatever school site, I can assure you that there'll be thinking maps on the wall somewhere in every classroom.
Thank you.
All right. It's recommended the board approve the agreement between Thinking Maps and Tehachapi Unified School District for consulting services and materials as presented. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Kelly, a second.
It was a motion by Clerk Woods, seconded by Vice President Kelly. The board approved the agreement between Thinking Maps and Tehachapi Unified School District for consulting services and materials as presented. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 4, approval of declaring certain district property as surplus/obsolete, Tompkins Elementary School. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Tompkins Elementary School would like to declare damaged and broken items surplus, specifically a television and mini refrigerator that are in poor condition. We seek your approval to declare it surplus so it could be disposed.
Okay. Any questions from the board? And this is a roll call vote. Do I have a motion to approve the declaring of certain district property as surplus obsolete at Tompkins Elementary School?
So moved.
I'll second.
It was moved by Trustee Cooper, seconded by Trustee Napier, that the board approve declaring certain district property as surplus obsolete. Ms. Amaker?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Intezari. Item 8, instructional services. Ms. Paxton.
Good evening.
Item 1, information item, Williams Complaint Quarterly Report.
Okay, California Code of Regulations, Title V, Section 4600 to 4687 requires the William Complaint Report to be provided to the board on a quarterly basis. No complaints have been received for this quarterly report.
Thank you. Item 2, information item, request for secondary extended field learning experiences.
Per
Ms.
Board
Paxton.
Policy 6153, all field trips which extend 100 miles or more beyond the boundaries of the school district must be approved by the superintendent. The written approval of parent or guardian is also required for all field trips. The following upcoming extended field trip learning experiences listed for the board's information have been approved by the superintendent. The first one is from Tehachapi High School. It's Mr. Mejia's and Mrs. Kuthy's special education class to the California Science Center in Los Angeles on April 18th, 2023. And the second field trip is also for Tehachapi High School, and this is for the Safe School Ambassadors Club to Disneyland in Anaheim on May 22nd, 2023.
Any questions from the board? Trustee Napier?
I have two comments. It's Keefe. Is a
Keefe.
good friend of mine, and her name's been pronounced multiple times wrong tonight, so I want to protect her there. It's Miss Keefe. Also, I would like to go to Disneyland with them too, so if that's possible. No, I'm just kidding.
Me too.
It's the greatest place in the world, so I think it's awesome that these things are being done. These are wonderful experiences for kids to do these types of things, so this is great.
I might ask Mr. Mejia if he needs someone to go with the kids to the Science Center.
You do that. I'll go to Disneyland, you go to that one.
Got it. All right. Thank you, Ms. Paxton. Item 3, first read of coursework, CSU expository reading and writing.
The English department at Tehachapi High School wishes to offer a new course, CSU Expository Reading and Writing, also known as ERWC. This course engages students in the discovery of who they are as people, the realization of ways in which they can participate in society, and their development as critical consumers and effective communicators within society. This is a year-long course for the students in 11th grade and is an A through G course. This course does complement an existing course, ERWC, in grade 12. The ERWC courses help to better prepare students for college-level work upon their graduation from high school.
Any questions from the board?
Is this a required subject?
It is an English course. In fact, all of our English teachers this year were trained in ERWC practices. They don't offer an ERWC course for grades 9 and 10, but there's components of ERWC that can be implemented in our grade 9 and grade 10 to help us better prepare students to be more successful in college as they transition from high school to college. Mhm.
Any other questions? I have to apologize to the superintendent. She gave me a very nice note, and I totally forgot. We're going to take about a 5 to 10 minute break
Okay.
Cut you off.
at 7:03.
Half an hour ago.
No, 3 items.
But I was thinking about it.
What did I tell you, sir? I'm doing well. Did you get your cheat sheet? Extra. What's that? Did you get the cheat sheet for the?
Certain district.
I got a lot of them. Yes, I think I did. I think it's in my package here somewhere. In fact, I even printed out last time's notes.
It's always been done, yeah.
I will tell you, I'm pretty sure I did. I don't know why, but I did print it
Okay,
out.
so are we coming back to
I may
first read
have
or just
some
move on just because it's the first read?
Once I start to put it in.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, right here.
What's up, dude?
I know.
What, every other week?
I'm getting married on Saturday, so yes, so I'm gonna have to get a haircut.
Okay,
do the
all
whole
right.
thing. Terry wanted me to connect with you about the donation,
Yeah.
the scholarship.
Yeah.
So the scholarships, I talked to Christy, and it sounds like the scholarships, if you work directly with Amanda at the high school,
Mm-hmm.
and then the payment, I guess they do the scholarships through the ASB. And the ASB is like independent of us, kind of.
Okay,
We're
so-
responsible for it, but they have their own finances, their own, that kind of stuff.
Okay, so just go to ASB?
You would, yeah,
Okay.
work with ASB.
No worries.
And then that goes directly to the student, and then you do it.
Okay.
So,
So I'll do.
I'm learning too. I'm glad that came up because it was like, yeah, how do they get this? I don't get them. Like, I don't understand.
Yeah.
So there's just so many moving parts.
And we learn a new one every week, it seems like.
High schools are just such a challenge. That's the nice word I want to use. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah?
I'm good. I can't say I'm stressed out, but, you know, lots of moving parts.
Yeah. I'm glad you made it.
So, me too.
We were told you might be late, but you know,
So dropped off the oldest one at JMS yesterday morning, down to LA, doctor's appointments yesterday's and today's, and then back up here, and then off to Bakersfield tomorrow for other ones. It's like,
I've never
it's interesting. Driving me crazy,
how
but
administrative life can be sometimes. It's almost, but you also need like an office assistant for like your home
just for,
life.
if I have somebody to file my papers, I'd be just.
Right?
But you know, it's, when people say, you know, how valuable health is, because this is what happens. I mean, if, you know, she's got her own issues, but some days I just feel like a loafer. My job is, I can't start anything because it's like, well, I need you to come do this. I need you to say, what, come on. So, you know, it is what it is, and the wedding vows don't say for this. They're better or worse, they don't say anything wrong.
I've been really, I don't know what to call it. Let's call it meditating on like, you know, the idea of being a husband and all of that responsibility. Not like in a bad way, like I'm excited for it, but at the same time it's kind of like, you know.
Neither one of you have any kids coming into it, right?
No.
Okay, because that's its own other thing. We met a couple, we had dinner with a couple on Easter, or the families on Easter. And when Miriam and I got married, because she's my second wife, in case you didn't know, she's my second wife. And I would not even propose until my oldest son was out of high school, until he was a legal adult. Because it's, I don't need to take, well, anyway, so they were a combined family. One had 2 kids, the other one had 2 kids, and now they have one of their own. And for me, I don't see how you do that says I had 3 stepdads, I think it was 5, but whatever. It is what it is. But I'm not going to bring somebody into my house until my first priority is that it just doesn't work for me. Now, what they did is up to them, and what you do is up to you, of course. Anyway, so obviously there's no case, there's not a thing to worry about. But the fact that you're thinking about it and contemplating it gives me more hope for you guys. Not that I have any reason to doubt you guys. And you know, you're not like you're 18, right? I mean, whatever your number is, it is.
36.
Hey,
It's time.
is it time or is it the right person?
It's very much the right person. You know, I do feel fortunate to have experienced, like, you know, kind of, it wasn't a marriage, but
All right, we're resuming the regular board meeting at 7:18. Mrs. Paxton, thank you for, sorry to interrupt you, but we're going on now to item number 4, approval of revision to English Learner Master Plan, English Learner Reclassification Criteria.
Revisions to the English Learner Master Plan include updates to Section 5, pages 66 and 67, English Learner Reclassification Criteria, presented for the board's consideration. The revision includes substantial changes to the reclassification criteria. The changes allow for universal screeners to be used as part of the reclassification process. When making revisions, stakeholder groups were consulted to solicit input for needed changes. The revision to the English Learner Master Plan and English Learner Reclassification Criteria was presented as a first read to the board at the March 14th meeting, and so we're seeking your approval tonight.
Any questions for Mrs. Paxton from any trustee? All right. Do I have a motion to approve the revision to English Learner Master Plan, English Learner Reclassification Criteria as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
It was moved by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Clerk Wood to approve, for the board to approve the revision to the English Learner Master Plan and English Learner Reclassification Criteria as presented. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 5, approval of grades 9 to 12 English Language Arts textbooks for 30-day public review. Ms. Paxton.
Tehachapi High School convened a committee comprised of administrators and teachers to evaluate curriculum choices and pilot possible adoptions. Members of the Tehachapi High School teaching staff have reviewed and recommends for adoption California Collections textbooks for the secondary English Language Arts adoption. Houghton Mifflin Harcourt California Collections 2017 is a proven English language arts program designed to provide in-depth coverage of the California Common Core state standards for English language arts and literacy and the California English Language Development Standards. California Collections has provided a Google site for parents to view curriculum information online, along with login credentials to allow parents and community members to view the curriculum online.
Any questions from the board?
Ms. Paxton, did we have anybody review this textbook?
Yes. Yes, we had 2 teachers at the high school pilot the curriculum. We were actually piloting 2 curriculums, and so we compared the 2. We had a rubric. We also solicited input from students that used both of the curriculums. So that was part of the adoption process.
Okay, so let me reword my question.
Okay.
During the 30-day public review period when it was here in the district office, did anybody come by and look at the book?
Oh, no, we're seeking this for public review right now.
Got
Yeah.
it, okay. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, I need a motion to recommend that the English Language Arts textbooks and novels for 30-day public review be approved as presented.
So motion.
Kelly, a second.
This motion by Trustee Cooper, seconded by Vice President Kelly, that the following English Language Arts textbooks and novels for 30-day public review be approved as presented. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Approval of secondary novels for 30-day public review.
Members of Jacobson Middle School and Tehachapi High School teaching staff members have reviewed an extensive list of California collection novels and recommend adoption of the following novels for grades 6 through 12. The novels selected align with the current middle school English Language Arts adoption study sync and align with the proposed English Language Arts curriculum for grades 9 through 12.
Any questions by the board? I saw the list, went over it. There were some oldies but goodies back when I taught 6th grade. And there's also some newer ones. So I appreciated the lots of choices. Do I have a motion to approve the secondary novels for 30-day public review as presented?
Kelly will make the motion.
I'll second.
It was moved by Vice President Kelly and seconded by Trustee Napier to the board approve the secondary novels for 30-day public review as presented. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 7, approval of grades 11 to 12 science textbooks for 30-day public review. Ms. Paxton.
Members of the Tehachapi High School teaching staff have reviewed and recommends for adoption the following science textbooks for grades 11 through 12. Environmental Science, Your World, Your Turn by author Jay Withcott. Publisher is Savas Learning. Also, Conceptual Integrated Science by authors Paul G. Hewitt, Suzanne Lyons, John Sushaki, and Jennifer Ye. Publisher Pearson.
Any questions for Ms. Paxton from the board? Do I have a motion to approve grades 11 to 12 science textbooks for 30-day public review as presented?
Kelly will make the motion.
Second.
It was moved by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper, that the board approve grades 11, 12 science textbooks for 30-day public review as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Approval for adoption of beginning guitar textbooks for Tehachapi High School, item 8.
The teaching staff of Tehachapi High School has reviewed and recommends the following textbooks for adoption. Complete Edition Guitar Method by authors Will Schmid and Greg Koch, publisher Hal Leonard, and also Music Theory Guitar Method by author Tom Kolb, publisher Hal Leonard. The board previously approved the 30-day public review of these textbooks on February 14th, 2023. The 30-day review has now passed and there have been no opposing public comments. There were a total of 2 public comments. Both comments were positive. The proposed curriculum was presented to the Citizens Task Force on March 23rd, 2023. Citizens Task Force voted to recommend the adoption of the beginning guitar textbooks for Tehachapi High School to the governing board.
Any questions from the board? Do I have a motion to approve to adopt the beginning guitar textbooks for Tehachapi High School?
Kelly a second.
This motion by Clerk Wood, seconded by Vice President Kelly, that the board approve the adoption of beginning guitar textbooks for Tehachapi High School as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 9, approval for adoption of music appreciation textbook for Tehachapi High School.
The teaching staff of Tehachapi High School has reviewed and recommends the following textbooks for adoption. Music and Appreciation, 13th edition by author Roger Kamian, and the publisher is McGraw-Hill. The board previously approved the 30-day public review of these textbooks on February 14th, 2023. The 30-day review has now passed, and there have been no opposing public comments. There were a total of 2 public comments. Both comments were positive. The proposed curriculum was presented to the Citizens Task Force on March 23rd, 2023. Citizens Task Force voted to recommend the adoption of the Music Appreciation textbook for Tehachapi High School to the governing board.
Any questions from the board? Do I have a motion to approve the adoption of music appreciation textbook for Tehachapi High School as presented?
So motion.
Kelly a second.
It was motion by Trustee Cooper, seconded by Vice President Kelly, that the board approve the adoption of music appreciation textbook for Tehachapi High School as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mrs. Paxton. Item 9, personnel. Dr. Romero, good to see you.
Good to see you as well, President Kaminsky, Board of Trustees, representatives. So item 9.1 is approval job description for the intervention specialists. This item was presented to the board at the first read at the March 14th regular board meeting. The current job description for the intervention specialist was created in 2000, and 23 years later, the job description does not align with current student needs. The proposed draft reflects updates in the language, which describes the duties the staff member will be performing rather than the program components. Additionally included in the draft is language to support students' social emotional learning and well-being, which will be more inclusive for all at-risk students, TK through 12th. Additionally, the position will work in collaboration with school counselors, social workers, psychologists, and school administrators on best practices. Another area that was changed within the job description is the education and experience, which now reflects educational and work experience, which will support recruiting for qualified candidates to meet the needs of our district students. There is a change in work days noted with an increase of 3 days in order to support staff attendance of training and collaboration time that is needed before or after the school year starts and ends. Currently, this position is only staffed at the elementary level. With the recommended changes, the position will be staffed at both the elementary and secondary levels. So we're looking to add 2 positions.
Any questions for the board? This was presented, we discussed this last month. Any questions?
I have a clarification, please.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Do the current intervention specialists that we have at the elementary level, are they required already to meet these conditions? Or how will that work, or is it that important right now?
Are you referring to the educational
Let's
conditions
just
or
say
the?
changes that were made?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so the changes that were updated with this current form that we're looking to approve this evening.
Are they currently doing those duties?
Would the
that were
current
mentioned?
employees meet these or be grandfathered in, so to speak, if we use that
So
language?
Vice President Kelly, I think I understand what you're getting at. So Dr. Romero and myself have worked with CSEA and Candace Bendoyan, our legal counsel from DWK, and we actually have a draft MOU in process to be able to, if this item passes, then move forward with in May, that would help grandfather in people who are currently in the position and give them a set amount of time over a 2-year period to complete the education requirements. Is that what you were getting at?
Yeah, perfect, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
And I know Mr. Kaminsky might ask how many, President Kaminsky. So we're looking at maybe 1 that would fall under that grandfathered in category.
Oh, I wasn't going to ask.
Oh, okay. I was anticipating a number.
Not a problem. All right, any other questions from the board? Do I have a motion for the board to approve the job description for intervention specialist as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
There's a motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Clerk Wood for the board to approve the job description for intervention specialist as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank
you,
you.
Dr. Romero. Future items, we've already discussed note-taking protocols for trustees during closed session. Is there any item that a board member wants to add?
I have a random request or question. If you guys have been paying attention to the news has been all over this in regards to colleges, more than high schools and junior highs, but this new technology, ChatGPT, where you can just ask the technology, hey, write me a 4-page essay on the Civil War's impact on blah, 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 blah. I would have loved that when I was in high school because it would just do it for you. I would have probably turned in more homework. But there's a lot of articles out there that school districts are having a very difficult time trying to figure out how to manage that. And it's probably the best way to cheat ever. So I'd like to see, I'm not saying tomorrow or next month because I know it's an ever-changing thing right now. Everyone's just trying to figure it out. If CSBA or other entities you guys deal with have put together any kind of recommendations, I'd like to hear what that is. I'm praying my kids never hear of that until they graduate, so we'll see. But yeah, I think that'd be a really interesting topic for us as a board to hear what the district's approach
Did you
would
mean
be.
CSBA? I thought you said CSEA.
No, CSBA.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'd also like
But if they
the,
have a comment, we'll take that too, yeah.
also like any, I'd like the high school to be part of that discussion as well.
Do you mind if I make a quick statement on it before we go to that, or?
It's not an agendized
It's not an
item,
agenda
so
item,
we
it's just-
won't comment or have discussion
Just
on it
things
this
we want.
evening. We're just talking about the item that we're going to add to the agenda.
And then the superintendent and I may decide to put it on or not.
But we certainly can list it as a future agenda item.
Yes.
There's a lot of talk about it as far as there's ways to identify, if an essay has been, written in that respect, but they're talking about there's going to be quite a bit of training that's going to be involved to train the teachers how to look for those types of things because it's that good. So, yeah, technology is wonderful, but also a disaster at times. So, yeah, anyways, again, I highly doubt it's next month, but something to kind of keep on the radar if information comes to especially the high school level or the district office level.
We'll add it in as there in future items to hold a place there. Thank you.
Any other suggestions from a trustee for future items? I have one, and that would be board self-evaluation. This hasn't happened in years, and I went on the CSBA website to see what they had, and I would have to start making decisions, and I didn't want to do that. But I do want to discuss it, and I can bring some forward if we decide to place it on the May agenda and discussed and done actually hopefully in June or at one of the June meetings. Anyone else? All right. Item 11, lunch.
So going to invite Dr. Romero back up to the podium, and she is the presenter of this evening's lunch.
Okay, in celebration of opening season a couple of weeks ago, my quote is from Mr. Babe Ruth himself. "The way a team plays as a whole determines its success. You may have the greatest bunch of individual stars in the world, but if they don't play together, the club won't be worth a dime." Thank you.
Thank you. And back then, a dime was worth a lot more money than it is now. Thank you. Item 12, public comments for closed session. Seeing none, we'll go into closed session. Let me read there's two items. Number one, public employment, Government Code 54957, sub D, B1, title substitute teacher. And number two, public employee performance evaluation, superintendent. We will go into closed session now at 7:37.
ready?
Okay, we're returning from closed session at 9:57. And a report of action taken in closed session. There is nothing to report out. And so that moves us to item number 16, adjournment. So we're adjourning at 9:58.
Thank you, everyone.